this meeting is going to focus on the reentry plan that Mr. Lochner and Central Admin team has been working on for quite a while now. But before we start that, and I believe that we're going back out at 6:30, we are going to spend a couple of hours in exec to handle some school business since we are all together. I am going to call the meeting to order. It is 4:06 p.m. I need a motion to convene general session at 4:06 p.m.
Motion.
Motion by Gonzalez Prescott, trustee Gonzalez Prescott. I need a second.
Second.
Second by trustee Safiri. All in favor?
Aye.
5 opposed, abstentions, so moved. 5-0-0. I do believe that one of the trustees is on their way, but we have some business that we'd like to take care of. What I am going to ask is if we can maybe do the pledge of allegiance now before we come out to public session. So if we can invite everybody to please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America,
to the
and to the
republic
republic
which
for which
stands
it stands, one nation, under
Under
God,
God, indivisible, with
with
liberty and justice for
justice
all.
for all.
Thank you very much. So I guess the next order of business is I need a motion to recess general session and convene into exec session at 4:08.
Motion.
For the purpose of matters leading to the appointment of a particular person and seeking the legal advice from the board's attorney. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion, trustee Safiri. Could I have a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Moore. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Candace, if you can get us to exec session. And again, we'll see everybody. Welcome back to the Brentwood School District community, and thank you so much for the patience. We were running a little bit late, but definitely not as late as we usually come out. Here we are. We have the honor and the privilege to be with our superintendent and his assistant superintendents, pretty much the full cabinet. What I am going to do is, because there are people who are not familiar with some of the people on your screen, I am going to ask for everybody to just go ahead and introduce themselves. Ms. Moore, if you can, we can start with you. You're in the upper left-hand corner.
Good evening, I'm Paula Moore.
Can you also give your titles, because I don't know if everyone is familiar.
Paula Moore, First Vice President.
Ms. O'Connor?
Stacy O'Connor, Assistant Superintendent for Finance and Operations.
District Clerk? Everyone's gonna have to unmute themselves.
Kathy Hoey, District Clerk.
We don't know who you see, Robert.
Yeah, it's in a
Cindy
Oh,
Saveri.
Rich,
Yeah.
you're next, Rich.
How you doing? Rich Lochner, Superintendent of Schools.
Ms. Burgos? Go ahead, if you can introduce
Julie
yourself.
Burgos? Yes, Julie Burgos, Board Trustee.
Dr. Keel?
Hi, I'm Dr. Monique Daraso Akil. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Education, Programs, and Policy.
Ortiz?
Hi, my name is Wanda Ortiz. I am the Assistant Superintendent for Bilingual Programs and Student Intake. Hello.
Ms. Gonzalez Prescott?
Hi, I'm Maria Gonzalez Prescott. I'm the second vice president.
Ms. Simone Daniels?
Hi, I'm Simone Holder Daniel, trustee.
Ms. Palmer?
Hi, I'm Ann Palmer, the Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Education.
Ms. Felix?
Hi, I'm Eileen Felix, Board Trustee.
Ms. Safiri?
Cindy Saveri, Board Trustee.
And along with us, and I'm not sure if anybody can see her, but we also have Ms. Fossey, who's the Director of Special Services with the Brentwood School District. And again, my name is Robert Feliciano. The first thing I'd like to do is really just thank everyone who's here for all of the time and the energy spent during these last few months, getting us through the crisis and then planning for the reopening of our 2021 school year. Along with Mr. Lochner, these other people here with us are members of his cabinet, and a critical and crucial piece to making sure that we are trying to do everything right, so that we are thinking of all of the options and all of the scenarios that might come into play with the crisis and these upcoming school year. I have to preface this with just saying that we are all aware that all of this is developing, and that there are going to be things that we're going to have to improve upon. And this is a living and working document. This is a living and working plan. So if there are things that this team can improve upon, I'm telling you that they will. We have seen this plan evolve over the last few weeks. We've seen it evolve over the last few days. And this group, this team, the Board of Education members, along with Mr. Lochner and his cabinet, are committed to trying to do everything that they can to do right by the students, the staff, and the families. So we are going to ask that you do have some patience along the way. And with that being said, Mr. Lochner, it's all yours. This is your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Feliciano. And I'd also, want to just say a few words before we actually get into our presentation for the evening. I agree with Mr. Feliciano. This is certainly a living document, as he alluded to. The reason that we're saying that is, as you know, just in your own life, that this is changing really on a daily basis. One of the things I should preface this whole presentation with is that the governor, he said actually a few weeks back that he would come out on the week of August 3rd and make an announcement about the reopening of schools. Now, he did make an announcement on July 13th that he asked that schools return in September. And after July 13th, the SED, the State Education Department, they came out with some guidance, as well as the CDC. But in terms of this week, we fully expect the governor to come out with some additional specific instructions as to how we are to go about the opening of school in September. And that in and of itself will necessitate probably a fair amount of changes to this particular plan that we have. So one of the things that you have to keep in mind through this evening as you're listening to this presentation, and that we continue after the presentation by answering questions, is that some of these things are constantly evolving, and that what we come out with today may look different come the beginning of September or the end of August into the beginning of September. So nothing is written in stone, because, as you know, just listening to the media every night, that there will be changes and adjustments, and we'll have to change and adjust ourselves. And that's why there'll be potentially some changes in this plan as we move forward. So that's the first thing. I also want to just reiterate what Ms. Feliciano said and thank the cabinet. They are terrific. The assistant superintendents, Ms. Fossey, the director of special services, have been instrumental in developing this plan. They have worked literally from morning to late into the evening, 6 and 7 days a week in order to get this plan together. And I also want to thank the committees. We've had a tremendous amount of input from various people in all parts of this Brentwood community, teachers, parents. The administrative unit has been tremendous. We've had input from the principals, from assistant principals, coordinators, as well as the BTA has been instrumental, and I appreciate their leadership in this. And we've really listened to quite a few people. As you know, we've also sent out surveys that also helped us formulate this plan. You can expect to get an additional survey from us in about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that will be very specific in terms of transportation, returning to school in September, and computer usage. Those three components will come out in the end of August, because that will really help drive what we do in the beginning of September. But before I go too far afield, why don't we just go right to the presentation this evening? And if you have any questions, I believe if you're watching on YouTube, put the questions into the chat. Hopefully during this presentation, if you listen closely, I'm hoping that I answer many of your questions. But if not, I believe Mr. Feliciano has the questions in front of him, and he'll then subsequently ask me, and we'll answer as many questions as possible. We're not going to leave here tonight until we do cover everything that has been asked of us. We're committed to that. And like I said, if there are any additional questions that pop up after tonight, don't hesitate to contact my office, or one of the assistant superintendents will be more than happy to help you. With that being said, I'm going to ask Ms. O'Connor if she could begin with the slide presentation. Just to let the community know, it's about 35 slides. Don't be intimidated, though. Some of the slides are very small, and it's not going to be... Okay, terrific. Love this slide. Okay, this is our opening slide. I kind of get a kick out of that. The many hands carrying the schoolhouse. When we found that one, we said we have to open it up. And I love what one of the things that I like to say, it's we're forging ahead towards greatness. As you know, I believe this community and this school district is one of the best in New York State, if not the best. And we're going to continue to try to uphold that ideal as we move forward. So together, I'm convinced we will forge towards greatness. So if I could go on to the next slide, Stace, thank you very much. So just to give you a little bit of a primer on what exactly has happened over the last month. On July 13th, Governor Cuomo did announce the opening metrics for schools in New York State. As you can see, the way it works is the school districts will be open if there is a rolling 14-day infection rate at or below 5%. And that's going to be per region. And now our region, for us, it's both Nassau and Suffolk County. So what he's going to do, or what his office will do, is take a look at the rolling 14-day average, infection rate average. And if it's below 5%, then schools can open in that region. And just to give you a little bit of a sense of the numbers, we have about 1% right now. We go, this region, Nassau and Suffolk County, goes anywhere below 1% to a little bit above 1% for the last month, maybe 2 months. Now, schools will close if the regional infection rate rises above 9% using a rolling 7-day average. And again, if that goes up to 9% for 7 days in the Nassau-Suffolk County region. Now, one of the things I mentioned, the Governor Cuomo will decide on schools reopening. Again, even though he said on July 13th, we are opening, we do suspect that there'll be some change to that blanket statement, July 13th, that he made, that schools will be open in September. Now, after he made that statement, the New York State guidance on reopening, that was published the same day. The CDC also published some guidelines, and I'll speak to those guidelines as we go through this presentation. The Department of Health, which obviously we're very much in contact with, not just the New York State Department of Health, but also the Suffolk County Health Department. And then on on July 16th, the New York State Ed, they published their guidance on the reopening of schools. And we followed all of these guidances very closely. And one of the things that you should be aware of, and I'm sure you're not going to be shocked, but there's actually contradictions in many of these reopening plans. And that actually has posed a problem for school districts. The CDC and State Ed and Governor Cuomo, obviously they're quite busy in and of themselves, but there seems to be a lack of communication sometimes, and that has posed a difficulty for school districts in formulating a plan, because we're trying to satisfy different conditions. But again, we'll speak to that as we move forward. Stacey? So obviously, with the onset of the virus in March, as you know, we made that phone call on March 13th that the schools would be closed. That was a Thursday evening, and Friday we were out of school, and we really did suspect we would be back maybe within a few days after March 13th. But obviously, as that dragged on, that turned into April, then May, and then obviously June. So all of these things were influenced by the New York State Department of Health, and that's really what drove the decision that Governor Cuomo ultimately made to keep schools closed until the end of June. Now, when he came out in the second week of July, on July 13th, he did say that we had to put together a plan for next year that addressed a few factors. And one of the factors would be in-person instruction. In other words, open up the schools and let's have all of the students return to school in September. Sounds terrific. However, there were some benchmarks that school districts needed to meet in order to have every student return. And you're going to see some of those benchmarks really are the reason why we're going to go to a hybrid model, which I'll talk about in the next few slides. But what he said was everyone could return to school. However, you still had to maintain a 6-foot distance between each child. And that obviously has impacted our reentry plans. Now, I'm looking at the bullets as I'm speaking to you. So the third bullet, students will be prioritized for in-person instruction. just so you know, when we do go over our plans, there are certain groups of people, they're identified here, there's some students with disabilities and SIFE students, they will actually, because they need to, for various reasons, they will be in school every single day. So Stace, could you go on to the next? Now, one of the things that they asked each district to do is you had to touch upon all 5 of these elements in the plan. These are the key components. The proposed school models, which I'll talk about in just a moment. Then you had to obviously speak about the teaching and learning that will take place both in person and virtually. The plan also called for a health and safety component. So you had to have that in your plan, and you had to be very careful about how you went about the health and safety, not just for the children, but for the staff as well. The communication with the parents and the community and the students also has to be a component of the plan. And then finally, the social and emotional learning, how we're going to deal with the reentry and the trauma that so many of our kids and staff have experienced over the last few months. That has to be identified in the plan. So as I mentioned earlier, that we had 3 plans that every single school district had to identify in the plan that was submitted to the state. And by the way, I don't know if I've mentioned this, I'm sure you know at this point, but I do want to reiterate that on July 31st, that was last Friday, every school district in New York State had to submit a plan. So what we're doing here this evening is just going over, we're giving an overview of the plan. If you'd like to read it page by page, and I really do encourage every parent and student to do that, you go to the website and you'll see our reopening plans. And if you click on that, it will actually give you the 35-page document, and it will spell out in detail, a little bit more in detail than I'm going to speak to tonight. So the first plan is in-person instruction, and that's a traditional classroom. All the students will receive in-person instruction at their school. So if you're in an elementary school, you're over at Laurel Park, Oak Park, all of the students, what they're asking for here in person, all of the students go to the school building. A high school, the same thing, freshman center, etc. But what you have to do, and these are the benchmarks that actually make it quite difficult for us, you have to have social distancing. So every student has to be 6 feet apart. So in other words, if you're sitting at your desk, you have to be 6 feet from the student. Now, from the next student, and that's to the right and to the left, as well as in front of you and behind you. Now, if you could imagine, this really reduces the amount of students that we can have in any one class at any one time. It's probably on average about 15 students per classroom. So what you're going to hear as I go through this presentation, but you're also going to hear from other school districts, and I think I should address this at this point. There will be other school districts, even in the town of Islip. And the town of Islip, for example, has 11 school districts. And we're obviously not only the largest really on Long Island, we're also obviously the largest in the town of Islip. And many of our classes, both elementary and high school, have upwards of 30 students in a class. So as you can imagine, I just said that an average typical classroom would have 15 students per class, and then you can have in-person instruction. Well, we actually don't have the physical capacity to ask all of our students to come into school and spread them throughout the building with only 15 students per class. So what you're going to find out is there will be certain school districts within the town of Islip, some smaller school districts that can actually have in-person instruction for all of their kids, K through 5. We just don't have the capacity to do that. Some of our elementary schools, for example, Southwest and Northeast, may have as many as 1,200 students in a class. And we're really using all of the occupiable space at this moment. So really, we don't have the space capacity to move our kids to different classrooms and potentially get them all in. So I wanted to be very upfront with the community that given the benchmarks and the parameters that the SED and Governor Cuomo, as well as the CDC, have laid out, we cannot have in-person instruction, even though this was one of the models that we had to present to New York State. And obviously, we're talking about it now. And you'll see in that in-person instruction, we do have social distancing, wearing of masks, staggered entry and exits, limited hallway passing, and no large gatherings. That's actually going to be a component in all of our models. So it's not a bad idea to talk about it now. We will, in our classrooms, have 6-foot spacing between every student in our classrooms. And we will insist, and it's actually, you must, all students must wear their face masks at all times, beginning when they get on the bus and when they get obviously into the school building, traveling in the hallways, and when they are in classrooms. I will speak a little bit later about the potential, obviously, to remove the masks at different times throughout the day, because we do realize that it's virtually impossible to go 6 and 7 hours with a face mask on all of the time. However, if the students and staff members do find themselves in a social distancing situation that is 6 feet or even potentially less as they walk through the hallways, they must have a face mask on at all times. And you'll notice the staggered entry and exits. That's something we spent a considerable amount of time on with the different principals of every building, and as well as buildings and ground, and that is figuring out how to enter students in such a fashion that there are not many, that there isn't a congregation or a bottleneck, if you will, as they come into the building. Whereas most of us, obviously when you've all, I'm sure, have seen schools where kids flood their way off the school buses and funnel into the front doors of the building. Well, that's no longer going to be the case. We're actually going to use different entrances on at every single school building in order to optimize the number of entry points so we can minimize the amount of students at any one area. And that will also be the case for exiting the students. We will also exit our students in the same way. So again, there isn't this bottleneck at the end of the school day flooding through one set of doors. And obviously there will be no large gatherings. Unfortunately, one of the negative byproducts of this virus, and there's obviously many, is that we can't really have any large gatherings. So we pride ourselves on having some terrific assemblies for our students, particularly in September, October, and November. And those have to be put on hold, unfortunately, because of the guidelines. We cannot have any of these wonderful activities. Hopefully we have some alternatives that we're working on, but as far as some of these gatherings during the school day, we just can't have them. So that's the first model, and I hope I explained why, unfortunately, we can't go to this in-person instruction model with the current benchmarks that are given to us. So the next up is distance learning. And that is where all students are home for virtual distance learning. And this is one of the things that we have to look for this week from the governor. As I mentioned earlier, he's coming out this week to speak about opening of schools in September. This is a potential possibility, folks, is that he may come out this week and say school has to be in virtual learning or distance learning for the month of September, or the month of September and October. we really don't know what he is going to say. But what we do know is this, that more than likely, at some point during this school year, we will probably be in a distance learning model. It could be that the region, there is a spike within the region, and I mentioned those percentages earlier. There is a potential that the spike is greater than what has the minimum requirement, and he says all school districts in Nassau County and Suffolk County have to go on the distance learning model. There is a potential too, we are in Brentwood and it is a hot spot. Unfortunately, we have suffered a great deal as a community, and we know that their potential is that you know, that there could be an overabundance of cases here in Brentwood, and the school district may be forced to go to this distance learning model. So there are a number of reasons we could be in this model. And here we just speak about it a little bit. And if we do go to the distance learning, as I said, I suspect that we will at some point during the school year, there'll be a balance of live teaching with problem-based and project-based learning activities at home. Schedules will be provided to establish structure and routine. In other words, you can expect as an elementary mom or dad or guardian that your son or daughters will have an actual schedule that must be adhered to during the school day if they're on virtual learning, because it's mandatory that we, number one, take attendance. We need to know that students are attending our virtual classrooms, so there will be a mechanism in place there. And plus, we are committed to giving distance learning every single day to our students that are home. And then there'll obviously be weekly interactions with families to answer any questions pertaining to the remote learning. And as always, just as we did, you know, beginning this last spring, there will be a technology hotline or helpline that can help students and families through the technology issues that they may be having. Stacy? Okay. Now what we have is the third model. I'm presenting it as the third model. It's actually the second model that we had to submit to the state. You did in-person, then you did hybrid, then you did distance learning. But I put it here because it's really important to highlight. And that's the hybrid school model. And I know everybody listening tonight has heard that word hybrid. You know, it's a word we rarely used a few months back, but now it's used constantly. And the hybrid model is a combination of in-person learning and virtual learning at home. And the reason this model works for us, because remember those benchmarks I said that the governor and the SED gave us that we had to hit, and that is, number one, really the social distancing. We realized very quickly that we needed to go to a hybrid model because that's the only way we could bring all of our kids into the school district, into each individual school. So you can see students are divided into two groups. We're not very creative here. We're going to call it Group A and Group B. So your sons and daughters will be in either Group A or Group B. And what's going to happen, and we have some models that I'm going to show you in a moment, but Group A will come in on certain days, and I'll go over that in a moment, and Group B will be home, learning virtually home, while Group A is in class, and then the roles will switch later in the week. Group B will be in, and Group A will be doing distance learning. Again, this gives us an opportunity to hit those benchmarks. Students will be 6 feet apart. Obviously, now what we just did for most classes, we took 30 kids. We reduced that hopefully down to 15. It may vary. It might go to 12, up to 18, but it will be in classrooms that could handle those class sizes. But as you can imagine, now we've taken a school that, again, getting back to Southwest and Northeast, 1,200 students, we in essence cut that down to 600, and that's a much more manageable number. We can enter and exit students safely, where they maintain social distancing, We can walk them through the hallways. We can have them in their classrooms at a safe distance from one another, as well as the teacher. So there's obviously a very manageable population now in our schools where we can hit all of those protocols put in place by the governor. And again, it's mentioned there, social distancing, face masks will still be mandatory, and obviously in-person attendance for those students in specialized programs, which I alluded to in a prior slide, and that is some special education classes as well as SIFE and ENL classes may be coming to us on an everyday basis. So I think we'll begin with kindergarten. Now, kindergarten, we're having an in-person instruction every single day. But the only way we can accomplish this is by having the groups cut into Group A and Group B and have an AM and PM session. Now, one of the things to recognize is, why are we doing this with kindergarten and we actually can't do it with any other group? Well, there's a number of reasons, and I want to address that right now. Kindergarten is obviously critical, as is every grade, critical, but this is really the introduction into to education for our students. And one of the primary roles of kindergarten is not only to go over, obviously, getting kids to read and write, introducing them to literature and certain math concepts. It's also getting them used to taking the bus or being driven by their moms and dads, dropped off, entering a school building, going to a classroom, sitting down at a desk, interacting with their teacher, with their peers. That's a large part of what we have to do in kindergarten, is really get them into the routines of school. And really, if we put them on a hybrid method where they only came in a few days a week, and then they were off, and then they came back the next week, we really felt that this would not, the kids would regress between those couple of days that they were in and by the time they returned. So really not an ideal situation for kindergarten. So we will have an AM group and a PM group, and that's Monday through Friday, all 5 days. Half the students in the morning, half the students in the afternoon. Transportation will be provided. Anybody who is eligible will take the bus. So there's obviously what I mentioned there, consistency for primary learners to build those foundational skills that I mentioned. What will happen too, there'll be projects for them to do and also some virtual learning and distance learning that's going on while the group is home. So if you notice the AM Group A, they'll be in school in the morning. Group B will actually have some interactions with their teachers virtually. And I just identified one here, and that's PE. PE will be taught virtually at home. So the phys ed teacher will put together a Microsoft Teams, and some students will have some phys ed, while again, the other class is in school in the morning. Group B might also have a phys ed class virtually in the morning, for an example. And music and art will be integrated. Those are obviously critical subjects. They'll be integrated through the classroom lesson design, more than likely as they're in person, but there also may be some virtual lessons as well. Okay, now we'll just go to grades 1 through 5. And what you're going to see here is this is the hybrid model. We're actually going to speak about it grades 1 through 5, but in a moment you'll see that it's really 1 through 12 that is on this hybrid, but I wanted to break it out for this reason. But let's just take a look at what we have here. Again, you have a Group A and a Group B. That will be half of the school. Ideally, half of the school will be in Group A and the second half in Group B. And I might mention a moment, there might be questions out there by families. What happens if I have 2 or 3 or 4 children? What we're going to do is we're going to really work hard to make sure all of the siblings are on the same schedule. So if you're in Group A and you have a first grader and you have a third grader and a fifth grader, we're going to try to get the first, third, and fifth grader into Group A. And that's going to have a benefit, obviously, I think, for childcare issues, but it'll also have a benefit for the bus or for the transportation, which I'll speak about in a little bit. So you'll have Group A coming in on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. They're actually in-person instruction here in school, regular school day, and I'll talk about that in a moment. Group B is home. And while Group B is home, there will be interactions every day with the school. So we just mentioned a few things here. Phys ed will take place within the classroom. This is, again, 1 through 5. We'll also use large spaces, cafeteria if possible, and they'll go outside if possible. The art and general music will occur within the classroom. Lunch will also occur within the classroom, and the recess will be in very small groups. Now, I have to bounce back up because I don't know if I did a good enough job here. I got to explain this. Week one was Group A was Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Group B is Thursday, Friday. That's week 1. It's reversed the next week. Group A will still be coming in on Monday and Tuesday. However, now Group B gets the 3-day-a-week instruction, and now Group B is on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So really, if you notice, it's just that Wednesday that alternates for Group A and Group B. But Group A will always be Monday, Tuesday. Group B will always be Thursday, Friday. But every other week, Group A and Group B will rotate. And the reason we did that is we wanted as much in-person instruction as possible. You're going to see there are other school districts that potentially have 2 days on and two days off, and then the schools will be closed on that 5th day for virtual learning and for other reasons. This, however, gives our students instruction, education, in-person education 5 days in the course of 2 weeks. So we really wanted to optimize the number of times students came in. So back to here, we will have the, unfortunately, the suspension of choral instruction. That's going to be revisited in December for, obviously potential implementation for later in the school year. And again, nothing is written in stone in terms of some of these subject areas. They may change as the weeks progress and potentially bring in other things that might impact what we're doing here. So the same thing here now, 6 through 12, in terms of what the hybrid looks like. It's Group A on that week 1 will be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Group B, that Thursday, Friday. It reverses much the same way and exactly the same way as 1 through 5. Group A will be there Monday and Tuesday, and Group B will be Wednesday through Friday. Here, the 6 through 12 instruction grouped by household and class balancing. What that means is, again, we're going to try to get siblings together on the same days, Group A or Group B. But we also have to be very careful. This is a little bit more difficult than if you can imagine. It's a little bit more difficult on this level to split the school in half. On the elementary level, it's fairly easy. You could just go into a one teacher's class, take 15 from Group A, 15 for Group B, and you're done. Here, it's a little bit more difficult in 6 through 12 because the kids travel in so many different directions. For instance, if you're a 9th grader, you may have biology, you may have earth science. So that will actually, you can't just split the classes in half because everybody travels at different pathways through the schools. That's the same in the middle school, and it's certainly the same at the high school. If you take the high school, You could have a 10th grade student in English 10, you could have some in English 11, you could have some in AP classes, some in honors, and some in regions classes. So they're traveling in all different directions, which really makes the dividing of a school in half quite complicated. And that's why you'll probably get what group your son and daughter is in towards the end of September, because it really will be that intensive to figure out how to divide the classes and schools appropriately. So here we have in-person instruction, flexible schedule during the school day. And what that means is obviously, I mentioned earlier that, we're going to enter and exit students in a very careful, very, well-designed way. However, that might impact our entering students period 1. So what we're going to do and what we're prepared to do as we go through the school day is that some of these periods may be adjusted to accommodate the changes in our protocols and procedures. One thing I should mention too that may impact the entering and the entering of students is that it is our intention is to take the temperature of every student as they enter the school building. So every student before they enter will have a temperature taken. It will not touch them. It'll just be a scan of their forehead, and that will give us a temperature. And that takes about 4 to 5 to 6 seconds per student. So that might impact the timing of students entering classes. So that's why the flexible schedule. We do anticipate extending some passing time with one-way hall traffic wherever possible. We've taken a look at all of our schools, and if there's a way to implement a one-directional hallway, we plan on doing that. If we have to split the hallways in half and have them passing one another, however close to the wall and 6 feet in front of behind, we will do that. But that obviously could necessitate in expanding the passing time, particularly up at the high school. So there will be small group instruction in music, just highlighted that. No ensembles at this time. However, I know the music department incredibly creative and determined. So we'll probably have virtual ensembles, as we move to the school year. Now, lunch, as you can imagine, that poses some difficulties for us on the secondary level, because again, you must maintain social distancing as they enter the cafeteria, get their food, and they sit down. One of the CDC guidelines and SED guidelines, you must still maintain that 6-foot distance. However, they are going to be allowed to remove their masks, obviously, to eat and drink, which really means that we have to be very careful in terms of that social distancing. So we're really limiting the number of students that can be in a cafeteria at any one time. So that's why we're saying lunch will be served in a variety of places. We're looking at different parts of the building where students can go to have their lunch. The BOCES CTE programs, that's still to be determined. We are working with BOCES. We'll have a clearer picture after the governor comes out this week with his pronouncement. And students, we fully intend on offering a full program. So your students, particularly on 6 through 12, they're going to get a schedule like they always received from their schools. So South Middle, for example, North Middle, the high school, eventually towards the end of September, when all of the schedules are complete, we will send those out to the families. And then at that time, we'll determine whether they're in Group A or Group B. So these are just some highlights as to what the teaching and learning will look like in the hybrid method. And again, we anticipate fully that this will be our hybrid. This will more than likely be what we open with in September, if we're not on virtual learning. And that's obviously the activities in the classroom, the interactive discussions and hands-on lessons, lab or science work that needs supervision. Obviously, if you're in a lab and you have, there might be times where the social distancing may be difficult to undertake. We fully intend, obviously, on having the masks at that time. One-on-one instruction, time for struggling students. One of the, I guess, the positives, of this can be that we will have a reduced number of school students in person at any one given time, and that one-on-one instruction really can happen. And particularly for struggling students, this may be a good time for them to get that interaction that's so very much needed with their teachers. The remote activities, they'll be viewing materials in presentation or video format where students can learn at their own pace. Elective remediation or advanced work, elective rather. There will be also, interactions with their classroom teachers on a daily basis. And again, while you're home remotely, there will be a schedule issued to you where you will have your login times where you can interact with teachers. But we'll get much more specific as we get closer to September. And at that point, also we have project-based units of study, computer-based literacy program, and obviously we always have the digital subscriptions of the district, which will be accessed while your son and daughters are on remote learning. So, okay, now we're into distance learning if closures become necessary. And this is the virtual learning that I spoke about. And there is a possibility that, again, I just said there's a possibility we'll open with hybrid. There's a possibility we open with a distance learning as well. Students who need a tablet will be issued one. The district is committed to giving tablets to our students. That's why I mentioned earlier, there will be a survey going out to the families asking for your need in terms of tablets. We will issue a tablet to all students that need a tablet or a laptop. That I want to make the commitment to you, and I know the Board of Education has been quite serious about this, that we have enough tablets to give to our students. Now, if you're on distance learning, where all of the students are home, we're going to prioritize, obviously, the standards will be math and literacy instruction. Those will be your core subjects, your ELA and math instruction. There will be a balance of synchronous and asynchronous learning. And again, those are two terms that I'm sure everybody is familiar with now. Synchronous being at the same time. In other words, your sons and daughters will be interacting with a teacher in real time. Now, we have Microsoft Teams that I know most families are familiar with. That's what we used in the spring. We fully intend on opening up with Microsoft Teams, where teachers will have their students on a team and they can interact with their students in real time. Students' work will be primarily posted in Microsoft Teams, as I mentioned, and Parent Square. It's a communication application. One of the frustrations that we had last year, because this came upon us very unexpectedly, there were a multitude of communication platforms to the parents. Remind was one, Blooms was another, Dojo, Class Dojo was still another. There were several others also. Well, we obviously heard parents, students, and teachers. They expressed a frustration at having so many different platforms. So we are choosing one platform for the district, and that will be Parent Square, and that's going to be the communication platform that will be used for all of the communications going home to the families and students. Specials will be scheduled virtually into the student's day. So remember, I mentioned, some of your interactions may be with some of your elective teachers that will be on a daily basis. That's a potential in terms of distance learning. And as always, the instruction will be aligned to the standards as well as to our curriculum. So wherever our pacing guide takes us as we travel through the year, even if we're on distance learning, that's the curriculum that we will be following. So we hope not to miss a beat as we travel through the school year. Okay, and here is your, obviously, your, again, distance learning, 6 through 12. Remote instruction will be provided using Microsoft Teams. As I said, each one of the teachers will have Microsoft Teams set up, so there can be this interaction. Synchronous learning for core and elective classes, so there will be this virtual instruction in real time. Student schedule for synchronous teaching will be provided, as I mentioned earlier, come the end of September or the end of August. You will be given a schedule for distance learning, so your sons and daughters will know what times they will be responsible for logging in, and for teachers to take attendance and to provide that real-time instruction. Then we'll also have, obviously, asynchronous mini lessons. So you're not just interacting with your teachers, you'll also be given asynchronous learning. And that's where the teacher may not be in front of the class. However, you will have lessons to do on your own. And then when you're back together with the teacher, they'll be checking on those lessons and obviously, helping you with them. Gives us a little bit of opportunity. If we are in distance learning, there will be small group instruction and flexibility. There are a lot of students who do have AIS, academic intervention services. That will take place during distance learning. So if you have a lab teacher, potentially you will have a very small class instruction. That's where we intend, obviously, to really introduce and make sure that our kids who do need those services are provided those services during the distance learning model. So that obviously was the teaching and learning, a very broad overview. Certainly answer any questions, but now, as you know, one of the key components was the health and safety. Now, I'm going to talk about something I really haven't spoken about until this point, and that's safe transportation. But let me work right to left, beginning at the top. We have face masks. Obviously, one of the things I haven't mentioned, I don't think, to this point, but I'm going to hold up right here for everybody to see, is every student and every teacher, every staff member, not just teachers, will be issued a face mask on the first day of school. And it's a pretty neat little face mask. We purchased them earlier. Every student will be issued this, as well as a staff member. It has a nice B. It's obviously our colors. And every student will be required to wear a face mask. Doesn't necessarily have to be this one, but it has to be one that's been accepted by the CDC. And this is obviously washable. We do hope that students show up every single day with their face mask. It's really part of our expectations. Everyone should be used to wearing a face mask at this point. Obviously, we can't go outside. We can't go into a store. We can't go into, any type of, if it's ShopRite or Home Depot or Costco or wherever we go, we obviously have to have a face mask. That same expectation is here in school. We really do expect every student, when they leave the house, to have a face mask, beginning with when they are waiting at the bus stop. They have to have a face mask there, keep social distancing at the bus stop. When they get onto the bus, they must keep their face mask on when they get on the bus. On the buses, they will also have to maintain their social distancing. And that's why, another reason why, ladies and gentlemen, we can't have everybody come into school at one time, because we actually don't have the transportation capacity to bring everybody to school. I'm going to use the high school, for example. There are 125 buses that go to this high school every single day. And now buses can only hold half the number of students that they have in prior years. So in essence, we would have to double the amount of buses to bring all of our students in. And obviously we can't do that financially, nor could Suffolk Transportation, our provider, provide that number of buses. So transportation is one of the reasons that we could never really have all of our students come into school at this particular time. So also we have the health checks and screenings. There will be screenings of all of our staff members on that parent square that I just mentioned. There isn't part of the app will be for staff members to take a questionnaire, a survey every single day to assure us that they don't have any of the symptoms of the coronavirus, and a few other questions as well. However, students will, as I said, there will be daily screening and temperature taking as they walk into school. Social distancing will obviously be maintained, and the safe transportation. I just mentioned we were going to provide face masks. We're expanding the physical space to protect students. We're obviously going to use all of the classrooms available to us, as well as other free space, libraries, the auditorium, for example. The high school will be use the auditorium for study halls, so all of the students can be spread out appropriately, and I imagine the middle schools will do that as well. The daily screenings, as I said, we're looking for, as per the guidelines, 100-degree Fahrenheit is considered a fever. The staff will have self-screening and reporting protocols in place. And again, some of these things may change as the month of August progresses, but that's the way it is now. And obviously, all students and staff members are encouraged really to stay home if they are sick. Any type of symptoms that you have that might be, a flu-like, cold-like, or coronavirus-like, you really have to stay home. I will be speaking about this in a little bit, but there is a daily cleaning and disinfection of all of the buildings every single afternoon. We have protocols put in place and training that's already been taking place in order to ensure that every surface area is properly disinfected. And one of the things that we're going to do as soon as we begin the new school year, is go over healthy hygiene practices with the students. We're going to show videos, announcements, posters, and signs are going to be plastered all over the buildings, reminding students to wash their hands. There will be stations, dispensing stations throughout the building, as well as in all of the bathrooms. I know people are concerned about that. We've doubled and triple checked to make sure they all are working, and they will be filled periodically throughout the day with soap. And I'm speaking now about the bathrooms. Okay. Now it says here, and when we went over this, this is not necessarily entirely accurate for every single class. Classrooms will be emptied of extra furniture if possible to permit social distancing of students. Desks will be 6 feet apart, and they'll all be facing in the same direction. Unfortunately, what we've done over the years, and many teachers love the group working. As you know, particularly on the elementary level, they would have 4 and 5 desks put together, pushed together, forming a little group. And I loved going into those elementary classrooms over the years and seeing 4 or 5 groups interact throughout the day. Really an effective mode of teaching, really just terrific, getting kids to interact with one another and learn from one another. Very powerful tool. Unfortunately, as per the guidelines, you cannot work in groups. Every single classroom has to have rows 6 feet apart. Now, if you go into a classroom and there are 30 desks still in the classroom, because obviously we can't take all of the furniture out, we'll have no place to store all of this furniture. And plus, we do expect to go back to normal soon. You'll just skip a row. So you might come into a classroom as a student, see 30 desks, and you just skip the teacher will set you up. We're going to obviously make sure that individuals don't share any books or supplies. That's going to be a no-no, and we'll make sure of that. Physical education, vocal and band instruments, instruction have to be 12 feet apart, excuse me. So some of the CDC guidelines, as well as SED, physical education, vocal and band instruments, instruction, they must be 12 feet apart. Now, as you can imagine, this is going to pose some difficulty for us. And that's why we'll have smaller classes. Obviously, we're cutting the classes in half. That's why some of the instructional models that have already taken place over the years in music classrooms will have to be reimagined and redesigned so students have that spacing. The same with choir. And obviously, this is they're thinking of those subjects where there could be some projection. You know, obviously, somebody's breathing heavy, coughing, and some of the instruments, obviously, particularly the brass instruments, you might have, you know, something traveling certainly more than 6 feet, and that's the reason why those are different. Obviously, phys ed, where you're potentially doing some physical exercise, they want to keep that separation. That's why many of our phys ed classes will go outside, making it fairly easy in terms of keeping that distance. Our one-way hallways, as I mentioned, will be created where practical. We're going to limit the amount of passing times, the passing in school, extending passing time in the high school to account for one-way hallways. In other words, we recognize that the distance to travel from one class to another, if we reroute kids so they're safely passing one another in the hallway or not passing one another in the hallway, we recognize that may expand the time for passing. I mentioned earlier, multiple entry through different doors, rather than, again, back to the high school, just entering through the Ross and Sondling. Will obviously, they're working on devising a way for buses to drop you off at different locations. And we'll have marking on the floorway, on floors. You've already seen this in many of the places that you've been to. In the offices and classrooms, there'll be taped off areas to ensure that people are keeping that social distance. And even on the elementary level, we'll obviously have to stagger the playground schedules. And this is, the unfortunate byproduct of this is we have to limit it or suspend at this point the number of student assemblies and field trips. We can't go on the field trips. The concerts and performances, they're not necessarily canceled. They just might be reimagined. And I know the music department and art department are working on those, even as we speak. Obviously, the dances, particularly in the middle school level, they had many dances. Those are going to have to be canceled for the foreseeable future, unfortunately. Visitors to the building, obviously, it has to be by appointment only. You really just can't show up and knock on the door and come on in. Obviously, we have to have protocols in place to ensure that we limit the number of visitors to the building on any given day. Materials dropped off, we'll be very careful on how materials are dropped off. There's those security vestibules in between the first set of doors and the second set of doors. That's where also students will be picked up and escorted from the front offices, but a lot of that will take place in that very confined area at the vestibule. So no after school groups will utilize the building. Obviously, we can't have outside organizations coming in. Unfortunately, it's also a big part of our community, but for the foreseeable future, we can't have some of these outside organizations using the facilities in the evening. And here's the reason why. One of the mandates is we have to do some deep cleaning every single day. And the only way to do that is really after school. Our custodial staff will have to come in, clean those classrooms, really give them a going over very carefully. I'm talking students' desks, all of the common areas. That has to be cleaned. If we bring in an outside group, obviously in the evening, that all goes out the window, and we can't have that. We want to have the kids re-enter the building on the following day with a clean building. So no large group meetings. Parent-teacher conferences will be virtual and by phone when necessary. If there is obviously a point where you must meet with a teacher or an administrator in person, just virtual is just not going to do it. We will make arrangements for that to happen, and it will be done in a safe environment with that administrator or teacher. So as I mentioned also, the staff procedures, all staff must complete a required screening prior to arrival. And these are just some of the questions, and I'm sure many of you have filled out similar surveys over the last couple of months. Maybe if you've gone to a doctor's office, for example, doctor's offices, all have these questionnaires that everyone has to fill out. So have you knowingly been in close or proximate contact in the past 14 days with anyone who has tested positive or has had symptoms of someone who may have COVID-19? Have you yourself tested positive for COVID-19 in the past 14 days? Have you experienced any symptoms of COVID-19, including a temperature greater than 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the past 14 days? And also, have you traveled internationally or to a state with widespread community transmission? One of the things we have to keep an eye on, folks, is currently there are 34 states on the governor's list as dangerous to travel to or be concerned to travel to. Maybe not dangerous is not the right word. But you have to keep an eye on that, because if you do travel to that and you come back, it's mandatory that there is a 14-day quarantine period. Now, that 34 states may differ. That's why you have to keep track of that. So, all parents, guardians may be required to screen their child for symptoms prior to putting him or her on a bus. Now, what we are asking for, and again, this will become clearer as the month progresses, but we are asking that every parent honestly takes a look at their son or daughter before sending them off to school. So we don't want to send them to the bus if they have a temperature or they have some of the symptoms that the virus is known for. If that's the case, please keep your son or daughter home. And these are some of the things. Our child does not have a fever greater than 100. This might be on the questionnaire. Our child is not experiencing flushed cheeks, rapid or difficult breathing, hasn't experienced any fatigue or irritability. Now, if parents or guardians do not complete this daily temperature check, this will be completed by the school nurse prior to the child's arrival to the classroom. That's why it's a little bit contradictory here, folks. We do fully intend on taking the temperature checks of all of the students prior to them entering the school. Many people are asking, are we requiring it before you get on a bus? We actually can't. That's why we are asking that all of the parents and guardians are very carefully screening their own child before putting them on a bus. We don't have the capacity, nor do we have, really, we just don't have the capacity at this point to take the temperature of every student prior to them getting on the bus. Plus, it would actually pose some problems if a student did in fact test positive and they were on a bus platform, a bus stop, and mom and dad or somebody is not there. So really, we need parents to be very careful before sending their son and daughters onto the bus before, if they have symptoms. So, and then again, there has to be a weekly attestation that answers the following questions, very similar to those questions that I just read before on the surveys. Matter of fact, the same questions. So we're up to guidelines for students and staff with COVID-19 symptoms. Students and staff with symptoms of illness must be sent to the health office for assessment. So obviously, if a child or a staff member is experiencing any one of those I just talked about, the cough, the fatigue, the fever, and it's the middle of the day, let's say, they're going to be sent down to the nurse's office. Schools will have to isolate and send home any student or staff member who has a fever or all symptoms of COVID-19 that are not explained by chronic health conditions for a follow-up with a healthcare provider. In other words, what's going to happen is a student, let's say, for example, will be sent down to the nurse's office. Once they're determined to have one of the symptoms or multiple symptoms of the virus, they're going to be sent into a separate isolation room, and by state mandates, we're to have a separate room for those students and staff members who are exhibiting some type of conditions that associated with the virus. So there is an isolation room. If a student or staff becomes ill with any of the symptoms, the district will follow Education Law 906, notification of the public health agency, and commence contact tracing if necessary and if possible. And the Education Law 906 obviously speaks to, what our requirements are in terms of reporting, someone who does have the virus. All buildings, as I just mentioned, will have two rooms. I mentioned the isolation room, but every building, and most likely it will be in the nurse's office, they will have an isolation room for those people exhibiting the symptoms of the virus, and then we'll also have a separate room because many students come down for health checks. They may be there to take medicine, or it may be something completely unrelated. They might have another injury that is unrelated to the virus, and we have to have a separate room for them, for the nurse to assess their condition. So here are some of the CDC and the New York State Department of Health recommendations. Closing off areas used by a sick person, not using the area until cleaned and disinfected. That's obviously the protocols that we will follow once that's the case. Will encourage opening outside windows for increased air circulation. That's one of the things the CDC says. We do have what's called univents in all of the classrooms, most of the classrooms, I should say. And those actually have filters, specialized filters that we have bought in just for this virus, and they'll be changed on a quarterly basis, whereas they used to only be changed every 6 months. And they actually recirculate the air into the classroom, and we encourage all teachers to continue using the univents. Individual without close or proximate contact with a person suspected or confirmed can return to the area after a certain amount of time the cleaning and disinfecting took place. So here are some of the things that obviously, again, are recommended by the Department of Health as well as the CDC. If not COVID-19, you can return to school once there is no fever. And the fever, that's without fever-reducing medicines. In other words, you can't take Tylenol, which masks the temperature. It obviously will bring down the temperature, for example, but that's obviously hiding what's happening, what the actual's happening there. So you have to have no fever for 48 hours, 2 days, then you can come back to school. And we need a written note from your healthcare provider saying that the student is clear to return to school. Now, if the virus is diagnosed, and it has been at least 10 days since the individual first had symptoms, then obviously they can return. It has been at least 3 days since the individual has had a fever. And again, you can't have any type of medicine forcing that fever to come down. And it's been at least 3 days since the individual symptoms have improved. In other words, it has to be 3 continuous days, including the cough and shortness of breath. There cannot be any sign of those conditions for 3 days. And again, these are just following the CDC guidelines. At that point, then a child can return to school. I mentioned earlier, the cleaning and disinfecting, the health and safety is paramount, and I can't say that enough. Really, all of the decisions that we're making are based around the health and safety of the students and staff. And you know, all of the decisions about returning to school, what to do during the school day, this is really in our minds at all time. we've already had, the custodial staff has already had training on disinfecting technique for all of the facilities. That's the school building, the warehouse, central administration, gymnasiums, auditoriums. We've already undergone some training there. We're going to use hospital grade disinfectant sprayers. These are really high powered sprayers that they actually can go into a room, spray the entire room down, much like they do in a hospital, and that will disinfect the entire area. High touch surfaces will be cleaned throughout the day. You will see our custodial staff. They're really committed. They're just a tremendous group of people who, since this virus happened in mid-March, they've really been committed to making sure that the kids and staff are safe. And I know they feel strongly about that. They take that job very personally, led by Mike Cruz and Jay Brown and Rob Lorifus. They really do a terrific job. But high touch surfaces will be cleaned frequently throughout the day. So that's tables, doorknobs, light switches, countertops, handles, desks, phones, keyboards, tablets, the toilets and restrooms, faucet and sinks will be cleaned throughout the day. Playgrounds will be cleaned as per CDC guidelines. We have guidelines on those as well. Custodial they'll be given cleaning schedules that they've already devised, a cleaning schedule for each custodian in each area of the building, and daily logs will be kept by the head and chief custodian, so we can verify that all of these cleaning and disinfecting has been taking place. And daily checklists for school personnel to inspect their areas. In other words, teachers and TAs and monitors will all kind of be responsible for inspecting their areas and ensuring there'll be sufficient supplies for each day. And actually, that's now, I'm talking about the custodial staff here, sufficient supplies for each day will be the tissues, the hand sanitizers, and cleaning supplies. Every classroom will have cleaning supplies. We intend on giving every classroom the spritzer, the spray bottles, so they can, the teachers can be responsible for cleaning up, a keyboard or a computer screen or something that's touched quite frequently. Hand hygiene stations will be available throughout the buildings, and I do promise you, as much as I can, that they will be checked and monitored throughout the school day. As I said earlier, all parents must screen children prior to sending their children to the school bus. And that, again, you cannot have a fever of 100 or higher, and you have to also make sure that they're asymptomatic. Students, as I said earlier, have to maintain social distancing on the school bus. That has actually been in many of the governor's plans, as well as SED. Social distancing, one student in each seat. There's actually a schematic that every bus driver has to follow on how to position students on the bus. So they are maintaining social distancing. They'll have air. If they don't have air conditioning, they will have the windows cracked, so there's that circulation. Again, all students, as well as the bus driver and the bus monitor, will wear face masks at all times. We're working with transportation. Suffolk Transportation has been terrific in working with us and creating these schedules and these safety protocols. And secondary schools may need to dismiss earlier to accommodate. Remember, as I said earlier, we're all going to have to work together on this, particularly when we go live in September, to see exactly how long many of these things will take place. We're running kind of little trials to see how long, but we really won't know until, for example, the high school has 2,300 kids, potentially 2,000 maybe, show up to school. We need, times may have to be adjusted. But also even the entering, the exiting of students onto a bus and off the bus, that may actually, necessitate us changing the bus times, or really dismissing maybe the high school. They're the first ones to go home. They might have to be dismissed a little bit earlier to ensure that we get to the elementary schools on time. So we all have to work together, and if those times get adjusted. And then every single bus will be cleaned and disinfected after every single run. The bus driver will go through the bus and carefully clean every seat and area touched. Okay. So we have our technology and communication, family and community engagement. As you know, these are some of the key components. And I do apologize if I'm going on looking at the time now. I feel like I've been talking forever here, but it's important that we kind of cover everything. Universal Learning Management System, obviously, as you know, is Microsoft Teams here in the district. Teams will be the learning hub for students and teachers. We will require student participation and attendance. That's required daily. That's as per SED. And also we would want to do this. We are going to have a mechanism in place using Microsoft Teams where we're checking whether your son or daughter is home virtually, they're checking in every day, or obviously they're in person, we can check that. And we will, as I mentioned earlier, give out schedules so kids' time is structured at home as well as in school. Team channels, if you're familiar with Zoom, you can go into a separate room. So team channels allows for collaboration and sharing. In other words, you could be, maybe 2 or 3 students can go off into this channel and just communicate while and working on a project remotely while the teacher is working with other kids. So these team channels is pretty neat. Online meetings, screen sharing, and file sharing, that's all part of a Microsoft Team. Stream enables teachers to embed videos for teaching resources. I'm sure you've seen this already, students. We do have forms that can be used in Microsoft Teams, and obviously teachers can distribute classwork and students, grade students. The communication application, as you know, Parent Square, I'm hoping I'm not coming out too early on this one, but I do believe Parent Square is what the technology committee is choosing. It's a universal application and will improve communication and organization engagement between the home and the school community. Enables the notifications. You guys get phone calls from me quite frequently. Unfortunately, more now that this is happening. But we'll communicate now through Parent Square. Notifications, you have photo and file uploads. That's, schools love to upload some videos and pictures of their students at work. Polls and surveys will be able to be conducted through this platform. Two-way messaging via the web, email, and text messaging. What we really hope to do, folks, and we're really committed to this. I know the Board of Education is very committed to it. We've talked about it a number of times, and that's the constant communication between parents, families, and the school. And that's why it's really critical that we have everyone's correct phone number and email address. Because we really want to text. You get a lot of verbal messages from me, but I also would like to send out text messages, which is very quick and easy, up to 140 characters. You get a message, it might be a message to say that we have to go to distance learning. Something may come out on a Wednesday and the governor might say, everybody has to stay home on Thursday and Friday. We need to get that information to parents right away. So really, I'm asking for the community's help on this. We need to ensure that we have your latest email address, your latest phone number, so we can connect with students and families instantaneously. And then obviously we'll update and share important information via this communication platform. Okay. So we sent out a family feedback survey, and we talked about obviously Model 1, Model 2, Model 3, and we got some feedback in terms of the full attendance, which I've already spoken about, hybrid, and the distance learning. So we had a total of 3,390 respondents. Every single building was represented. And the responses, believe it or not, actually proportionately, they were equal to the school size. So all the way up to the high school, which had, I believe, over 740 something, to the smaller schools, Pine Park, for example, which was 77, I believe. So proportionally, we kind of had a fair representation throughout the district. Now, some interesting results. And remember, this is what kind of helped us formulate some plans as we move forward here. You'll see here, one of the questions was Model 1. Model 1 was every student was coming to school. And you could see by the responses in the survey that parents are a little, a little afraid maybe sending their students back because they realize how large a school is and how dense the population would be. So their response is, if we went to full attendance, I will likely send my child to school, 925. I will not send my child to school, 1,470. And still those undecided, almost 1,000. Now the Model 2, that was a hybrid method. And that's where we didn't come out with necessarily the specific days. We just said it was a daily, it was a partial week. And you could see that it changed the responses somewhat dramatically. We have, I will likely send my child to school in a hybrid method. That's all the way up to 1,551. I will not send my child to school in that fashion. That actually dropped considerably. And still undecided was about 850. And, I think, most people responded to the hybrid method. Interesting results here, and this is how often are you available to assist or supervise your child during the day with distance learning. Frequently during the day, we had over 1,200 say yes. Sometimes during the day, 881. Obviously, a fair amount just in the evenings for a whole host of reasons, I am sure. And then we have lots of people, obviously, with limited and not available times. That was an interesting slide for us as well. Then we had, you could check all that apply to you, and this was in what areas would you like to support from the district. The number one was helping me understand my child's academic strengths and weaknesses. And I know the assistant superintendents, along with the coordinators, are already working on some workshops to help parents understand what their child's academic weaknesses and strengths are, so that expect to see them in September. Helping my student obviously structure time. We fully intend on helping there as well with some professional development or some some meetings with parents. I know that they're constructing some type of interactions with families, whether it's virtually or in person, to help them learn how to help structure their child's time. And then the technology support. This is something that's going to happen in August. I don't have the dates right in front of me, but I will make those announcements in advance. Plus, they'll be posted on our website. But our technology department fully intends on having at this point, four meetings in August where they are going to go over how to use Microsoft Teams with families. So really pay attention. Hopefully you'll hear my announcements and be a part of those seminars. And obviously helping my child manage their emotions. We understand that this was a difficult time. Lots of families here in Brentwood were impacted, whether directly or indirectly, by the virus. And we're ready and we're geared up to help your kids deal with those emotions as they re-enter school. So some of those responses there are more face-to-face interactions with teachers and classrooms, classmates, more structure, help with Microsoft Teams. We need in-school instruction, lots of parents asking for that and the free responses. I wish I knew. Obviously, that's a parent who's a little frustrated. They tried everything. They need some help, obviously, helping them with their students, so their sons and daughters dealing with this learning via a computer. Very difficult. Any and all support is welcome. So we read through those responses. Believe it or not, the free responses, I think there was probably almost 2,000, and we read through each and every one. Also part of the survey, does your child have a laptop or access to a computer during the day? Overwhelmingly, it was over 2,300 actually did have a laptop or some type of device during the day. Does your child share a device during the school day? That we also saw, a fair amount, almost 1,600 share. Obviously, 1,800, almost 1,800 don't. But again, we're expanding this out to almost 18, 19,000 students. And do you have access to reliable wireless internet at your home? 3,100 said yes. 287 said no. But I suspect that that number is larger who have difficulty accessing the internet, and we're working on ways to assist families with that as well. Now here, we asked about transportation, and we will be asking again in September because we really need to nail this down. But what best describes your transportation plan? My child is not eligible for district transportation. Those are obviously the walkers. Here, my child is eligible for transportation, but I plan on making alternative arrangements. And there, I suspect either they're going to drive their kids to school, or they're going to ask their kids to walk to school or ride a bike. But that's a fair amount, the 1,000. And then other one is my child is eligible and plans on taking the bus. That's over 1,800. In other words, they're just going to do it the same way they've always done it, and that's terrific. We'll be prepared for them. And then we just wanted to see, as you know, this summer we had a summer grab and go program for food. I want to let the community know there were some weeks we served over 90,000 meals, and this began right after March. Really, March 13th is when we went out. By that Monday, we were geared up and ready to hand out meals to the community. And there were some weeks 90,000, other weeks 60,000, 50,000 meals. So we were the community should be quite proud of how we responded to that and helped the community out. But that's some of the results from that question. Social emotional learning, as I said, that was the 5th component of the key components that we had to meet. We have our social emotional learning, multi-tiered approach to mental health and trauma responses practices. Understand, we've talked about this really quite a bit with our school psychologists, social workers, guidance counselors, and attendance teachers. They will really be at the forefront of helping kids readjust to school and deal with the trauma. And then you have the social emotional learning competencies, and those are written right there. Self-awareness all the way down to responsible decision-making. Those are some of the competencies that you have to go over with a child. And then over here on the chart, we just talk about the self-management, managing emotions, obviously, and behaviors to achieve one's goals. We have to help kids manage those emotions that are actually hitting them from all ends with all of the things that are happening, not just with the virus, but everything else in terms of the quarantining and the difficulty that's happening in the world today. We have to be prepared to help those kids. And we are, and we think about it quite a bit, and we're preparing for it with our teachers, with our pupil personnel services. We have a self-awareness. You have to recognize one's emotion. The social awareness, showing understanding and empathy to others. You have the responsible decision-making, making ethical, constructive choices will help students with those as well. And then relationship skills. We have to help kids form positive relationships as they go through not just school, but through life. Okay, Stace. So we have our staffing and budget considerations. Obviously, these are some of the things here. We can talk about these in the questions that I'm sure you have. The co-teaching and learning supports that are our ENL and ELA teachers work together. We have obviously a need for teaching assistants and teacher aides and health aides. That will obviously expand because of the social distancing that's required. We have custodians reassigned to time slots when students are not in buildings. So we are probably going to need additional custodial staff, particularly in the afternoons, to help do that deep cleaning. And unfortunately, as I said, we will not be able to open the buildings for the community in the evenings. So some frequently asked questions, and I know Mr. Feliciano is looking through the questions, and we'll try to get through as many of them as possible. Will the district offer childcare? The district currently, we have a before and after school program over at Southeast. That's the scope. We're going to continue with that. But keep in mind that that is actually, that's something that the parent pays for on their own. How will lunch be provided to students on virtual instruction days? We're working on several distribution plans for grab-and-go meals. I actually met with, Carol Ann Grotsky, who is in charge of food service today. We've met for quite some time, trying to strategize, really come up with different ways to effectively get meals to those students who are not in school. They're home, they're doing the distance learning in the hybrid method. And we will have a plan in place, but what we're trying to do that is in a way that the students can, take the meals home or grab the meals home without really carrying home meals for 2 and 3 days. It's just not practical for them to put it in their bus, in their backpacks and carry it on the bus. So we're thinking of different distribution plans, and we will get that to you. So what's the plan for athletics and extracurricular activities? After school activities, we want to get them back, as quickly as possible. We do plan on having extracurricular activities. If you have the National Honor Society, the French Club, any type of club after school, the teacher, the advisor will still be running those clubs. They may have in-person meetings, but they also might have virtual meetings. So the kids are home and they might do a Microsoft Teams with the Spanish Honor Society, for instance. They'll have some interactions that way, or they can be in person in small group areas. And again, with the social distancing, keep that in mind. In terms of sports, that's governed by the New York State Athletic Association. And as you know, the interscholastic sports, for right now, the fall sports, as per the New York State Athletic Association, that has been delayed until September 21st. So we have had no practices for football, cross country, or soccer, or any of the sports that are happening. Obviously, they wouldn't have started, for another couple of weeks. We will not have those taking place at the end of August or the beginning of September. September 21st right now is the first day of interscholastic sports. If for some reason the organization decides to delay that, there is actually a schedule in place whereby all 3 seasons will take place after the new year. Beginning in late January, February, you'll have the winter, and then the fall, and then the spring sports all taking place later in the school year. And I think with that in mind, I think they're hoping that there's a change in conditions, and we could safely bring the kids in to practice and compete. Okay, so will the district be providing virtual learning for students who do not report back for in-person instruction in September? Now, these will be the only models offered. Now, this is actually, this was a slide devised a while ago. The Board of Education and we discuss quite frequently what we're going to do in those particular cases, and that is we're still, discussing exactly how to handle that particular situation. In other words, a student wants to stay home for whatever reason. It may be a medical reason. We have to put protocols in place where the family notifies the district that they may, in fact, have to stay home because of a medical condition. And we're going to go case by case with each student and evaluating their situations and determining how best to handle an accommodation for that student. And what if my child has a medical condition that would preclude them from in-person education? And again, it's the same thing. We will have protocols in place where you contact special services. There will be it's usually by a 504 committee. and that will take a look at that medical condition and determine what kind of accommodations the district should make for your son or daughter's instruction. Opening day for students, we anticipate that to be, again, that could actually change, but right now it is Thursday, September 10th. What we're looking to do is September 8th and September 9th, bringing in the teachers for 2 days of professional development. And one of the things I should mention is, this is new for everyone. And the teachers who I think, we're very fortunate here in Brentwood. I think we have the best teachers and administrators anywhere. And no one could be more caring for your kids. But they also want to know exactly how to deal with this new situation. So we really feel that those 2 days of professional development is critical to help us get this whole new system off the ground in September.
The last slide.
All right. So that's my last slide. All right, Mr. I have to turn it over to you, Mr. Feliciano. I don't think I can talk anymore right now. You got to give me a break here.
Mr. Lochner, I thank you on behalf of the entire board. Thank you to your cabinet. Thank you for this presentation, and to everybody that's out there in the community. This has been weeks, if not months worth of work. I know that you just kept going and going with all of this information. I really, on behalf of the entire board and this community, we thank you and your staff and your cabinet members for all of the work that's been put into this.
Thank you.
And listening to everything that you were saying, and I want to speak for the entire board. We are the community members. We are the people who have nieces, nephews, sons, daughters, cousins in this community going to the school district. And as members of this board, I don't think that there's anybody else who has questioned, or any other school district that has questioned what it is that we're doing in a school district like this board, like members of this board. I know you guys have brought things to the table. We have grilled you, all of you, because we want to make sure that this is the best environment for our children. And as you were making this presentation, Mr. Lochner, I was paying attention to the comments that were being put on the chat side of the YouTube account that we're streaming this on, and I get it. There's a tremendous amount of frustration in the community that that we don't have all of the answers, and that we don't, and that maybe the community is divided, that we don't have just an online option per se, because that seems to be where there's a lot of energy. I also want to say that that there are a lot of people, a lot of kids, a lot of parents who do want to come back to school, and they just want to make sure that that they're safe. So the community is split. I think that the survey that you presented reflects that clearly, and it's our job to first of all abide by CDC guidelines, abide by New York State guidelines, and ultimately the governor's executive orders. You throw all of that into a mix, and then add the perspectives of each one of the members who are on the screen, as parents, community members, taxpayers. I think that we have a very, very thorough plan. Now, I get it. It's not going to make everyone happy, but I have to say, there's no doubt in my mind that everyone here is trying their best to do right by this community, do right by the staff and students. Mr. Nolasher, with that being said, I know that I believe that you've answered every question that I have in front of me. I have about 100 questions in front of me, and I believe that you have thoroughly answered all of these questions. But there are some points that I believe need to be touched upon, because they seem to be coming up over and over and over again. So with that being said, I guess the question is, what does a parent do to communicate to the district about his or her intention with their students' attendance in this fall, this upcoming school year? How is a parent supposed to communicate with the school district as to their intentions with their students? I know that you said that we were sending out a very short survey with very, very precise questions, and I believe that some of those questions are going to be name of the student, parent's name, contact information. Are you going to be, using transportation? Are you going to be sending your children to school? And do you need any assistance? Other electronic assistance. Other than that, how would a parent get that information to the district as to the intentions?
Okay, well, and you're right about the survey. We are sending out a survey, and we are going to ask that people respond specifically with their name. Obviously, generally, a survey, it's anonymous, which the last one was, and we just asked for their input. But now we need some specifics in terms of transportation, in terms of attendance, as well as the devices. So you're absolutely right. We will be sending out a survey. However, what we're going to do within the next couple of days, because we haven't finalized the exact procedure, we are going to let the community know exactly how to contact the district prior to that survey, if they would like us to consider their son or daughter as medically exempt or exempt for other reasons. But honestly, we put so much time and effort into this plan. We've talked about this particular procedure, but I'm going to ask the community to just give me probably about, I'd say about another 3 to 4 days, and we will have a specific plan in place as to how to notify the district. Because as you can imagine, there are a lot of offices. For instance, I actually receive quite a few emails a day. I know Kathy Hoey, the district clerk, receives some emails. It may be through Kathy Hoey, but we'll let the community know exactly how to let us know. Because, once we do have that information, there is other information that we need. So if it is for a medical reason, we need to know that, because as I mentioned earlier, there is what's called a 504 committee that needs to be put together, and then they take a look at that particular child's condition, and we determine what kind of accommodations that child could use. If it may be a condition where, if somebody has some type of medical condition, if we could supply that particular student with a special mask, an N95 mask, or a face shield, or if it's on the elementary level, if we can guarantee that student remains in one place socially distanced for the entire day, is that accommodation enough to help that family? Would that be enough for them to send their child to school? If not, then obviously we'd go down the virtual. But we really have to have a system in place for a school district this size. I don't want to just say something this evening. We have 2 or 3 different plans in place, and we'll get that out to the community by the end of the week, some method to alert us prior to that survey.
Mr. Lisha, thank you so much for that. And I know that we do have some plans in place, but ultimately, Ms. Lisha, even with that being said, I want to say to the community that it is ultimately a parent's decision after communicating with the district as to what they feel comfortable or not comfortable in doing with their children come this fall. Of course, there are going to be parameters that we're going to be enforcing in terms of some of the slides that you mentioned. But let's go to enforcement.
If I could just interrupt you, Mr. Feliciano,
Sure.
just for 1 second. There's one component that's also a driver of us waiting a few days, and that's the governor's coming out this week. I'm sorry, that's really the number one reason that I'm not ready, or we're not ready to say do X, Y, and Z. We would really like to hear from the governor this week, and I do suspect he will address that very issue. So I don't want to say something now, or we don't want to say something now that contradicts what the governor is going to say. So that's really the driving force for us to wait just a few more days.
Absolutely. And let me just put it out there, Mr. Losha. I know that you don't want to say it, but there's every clue indicates that the governor may come out and provide for a remote learning plan across the state, and that is what we're waiting for. You know, we will have something in place, but ultimately, when the governor dictates this to the entire state, it will be across the board, and I think that this may become a moot point. But until that happens, Mr. Loescher, can we talk about enforcement, because there has been some chat about enforcement of the COVID policies. Now, you and I and the board had mentioned, about sending 2 different letters to the community about how serious we are in terms of enforcement. We even talked about, what are the penalties for the students who may not, take this seriously and maybe risking their own lives, but also the lives of the people around them. We talked about, a progressive discipline policy in terms of that. Can you expand upon that so that the community is aware that we are taking this seriously and that we do believe that this, in cases, is going to be a matter of life and death? Can you just expand on what the approach is in terms of progressive discipline for the COVID
And
enforcement?
thank you for bringing that up. And actually, I want to say that, the Board of Education, every time we meet, this is one of the topics of conversation is, how are we going to ensure that our buildings are safe, that everybody is following the protocols? Well, first, it starts right now. I mean, we are imploring the community to speak to their sons and daughters. I tell you what, I have a great faith in our kids. I mean, I have a great faith in our kids, and I have a great faith in our moms and dads and guardians. I think they're tremendous people, and I think Brentwood, unlike many communities on Long Island, has been hit the hardest. We really, the Brentwood community has been hit the hardest, particularly in Suffolk County here. So I think everyone in this community realizes the seriousness, how serious we have to take this. So in terms of, I'm not a proponent of zero tolerance. I'm not a big proponent of zero tolerance. However, this we are taking seriously. Students do have to wear those face masks. They have to get on the bus. The buses have been instructed they cannot accept students without buses. We will have disposable masks if they don't have it. But they must start the day with a face mask on. And I have to say again, I have a great faith in our community again, because we've already had we have summer classes going on right now for some students. And we've also had students come in for various reasons. We've had award ceremonies. We had one of our students, Jordan Riley, just a terrific kid. He actually he chose Georgetown to go play for Georgetown in just in another year. And at that gathering over at the high school, everyone had a face mask on. And we've had other similar gatherings where all of the students arrive with face masks. So I really do believe that our kids will show up with face masks. But as you mentioned that, progressive discipline, we really will take it very seriously. I'm not prepared to say exactly what will happen after the first infraction, the second infraction, or the third infraction. But I will tell you that, when we get up to the third and fourth infraction, there will be, consequences, because we cannot accept students into the school who are failing to follow these safety protocols. These are put in place by not just us, SED, the governor, the CDC. And I think the social distancing and the face mask, people may disagree about certain parts of this virus, but I don't think anybody disagrees that social distancing and the face mask coupled together is the best way to reduce the transmission of the virus. So we will take that very seriously. Now, understand, however, you know, this is not, you know, this is, we don't want this to really, but I don't want to say the wrong words here, but there will be times during the day that we will allow kids a face mask break. Okay. I'm coming on very strong right now, but we do realize there will be times in classrooms. I do anticipate if there is a room in the classroom, the teacher will say, you can remove your face mask. If you are 15 feet away and there's only a few kids, it's in this small setting, you'll be able to remove your face mask. There will be face mask breaks during the school day. Obviously, when you're having lunch, you'll be socially distant and you'll have your face mask off. If that, you know, I mentioned this, the study halls earlier, particularly at the high school. You know, if they're in the auditorium, which holds 800 people, if there's only 30 kids and they're spread out, they can have a face mask break. But we do take that very seriously. And if the community is asking, you know, will we adhere to it? We will. We're issuing those masks at the beginning of the school year. We will have disposable masks ready for students. But if it becomes habitual, we will have to address it. We'll certainly call the parents and guardians very early in the process so they're aware of the seriousness of it. But no, we're going to insist on that, you know, from top to
Mr.
bottom.
Listener, and thank you for being so kind about how you're describing this. And I want to just get right to the point. I mean, we are so serious about this that ultimately that child, I believe, will be sent home.
Yeah.
You know, and it may not be you know, based on the first incident, you know, contact will be made with the parent, but ultimately, you know, our job is to make sure that everyone is safe. So anyone who's not adhering to the CDC guidelines, SED guidelines, and the New York State governor's guidelines is putting everybody at risk. And we can't afford to do that, not in this community, not in a community that's been the epicenter of the COVID outbreak in Suffolk County. So, you know, we will reinforce that concept multiple times before the start of the school year. And thank you for bringing up the other point about the face mask break, because there may be some areas in the school property that might actually be able to be done safely. I think that's a great option if and when possible. Mr. Lotion, I mean, you mentioned lunch. Can you tell me if breakfast is being served?
Yes, breakfast will be served. It's actually, it's pretty much the same model that we have currently. We have, well, it's going to maybe vary a little bit. So why don't I start with elementary? Elementary will be the same method. It's a grab and go method. We will have kiosks at various parts of the building. Now, remember, it used to be everybody entered in the same building. So, for example, at Laurel Park, everybody came in, all of the elementary schools, they came in through the front building. They would grab a bag and a milk, and they would go to their classroom and they would eat in period one. We'll do the same thing, but it might be, well, like I said, we might have 2 and 3 and 4 different doorways. When they come in, there will be a grab and go breakfast. It'll be in a paper bag and then a milk, and you grab it and you go to your classroom and you eat in your classroom. The same thing's going to happen on the secondary level. It used to be a little bit different on the secondary level. Students used to come in and go into the cafeteria, grab the breakfast, particularly if it was before school, and sit in the cafeteria and eat. But now that's not going to be the case. They're going to have to grab, just like the elementary school, grab and go to your first period class, and you'll eat in your first period class, breakfast. And then we'll have, trash cans available to dispose of the garbage. But that's the way it's going to happen really throughout the district. That's breakfast. Did you ask about lunch or just breakfast?
No, I knew that you had touched on lunch, but I didn't see or I don't remember seeing the breakfast component. So I believe that you covered lunch.
Yeah,
and
I
believe-
did. I did. I just want to say one more time that, we take this, really seriously, and I'm proud of, again, the Board of Education, the district, all the administrators and staff. I mean, we really feel strongly about trying to get meals to the students who are not in school. Now, we felt our method was the best method, the 3 days consecutive, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday, and then it reversed the next week. We thought that was the best method. I know some people like the A day, B day, A day, B day. Some school districts are using our method, some are using the alternating days. The reason I'm bringing that up at this point is when students leave on Wednesday, it may be impractical for us to give them 4 meals, a breakfast and lunch for Thursday and a breakfast and lunch for Friday. That may be impractical. Particularly for like a first grade student, you can't give them a big plastic bag along with their book bag and expect them to get on the bus and carry this stuff home. The same thing with on a Friday. On a Friday, when Group B leaves, they're actually not going to be in school potentially on Monday, Tuesday, definitely Monday, Tuesday, maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We can't give them 6 meals on a Friday afternoon for breakfast and lunch on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So we are working very hard to construct a way for families to be able to pick up those lunch and breakfasts on those off days. Now, if we go to virtual is actually easier because we already have a method in place where we currently are serving from 4 sites. So if we go to virtual learning, we'll use those same 4 sites. That'll be Laurel, Hemlock, North, and the high school, and we'll serve every student and child who chooses to come and pick up a lunch or a breakfast. But that's where we are with lunches. We're working on a system to distribute that.
Mr. Losha, can you tell me what about BOCES? Is BOCES being offered? That was a question that was on the chat site. I know that we had talked about it. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, as of right now, BOCES is being offered, and the students who were chosen to be a part of BOCES, as of right now, it is being offered. I'm in communication with them currently to figure out transportation, okay, because that's obviously a problem that we'll overcome, and also the times. As you know, for instance, tech at the high school, that begins in the morning. Kids go in the morning, they return to us midday. That is currently going to be the model, but there are still some time issues and transportation issues that we're working through. As soon as we have a definitive, I will let the community know. They'll see that. But these are some of the things that it's frustrating as educators. We can't come out and say this is definitely happening X, Y, and Z this way. This is one of the things that BOCES is still working through, so we're kind of waiting for some of those responses.
Okay, Mr. Losha, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go over a couple of questions that that I think I can answer, but please let me know if there's something that I am not answering correctly. Will the school year be longer or shorter? At this point, it is going to remain the same as always. How will testing be arranged for regions? That is still to be determined when that time comes. That will be later in the fall. As you know, this year, the regions were suspended, and that was a call by New York State and the governor. Mr. Losha, can you there was some chat also about expectations of staff. I know that we've been focused on the expectations of students, but the expectations when it comes to these COVID guidelines and these COVID policies, staff, they have symptoms. Will they be required to wear masks? Can you expand on that a little bit?
Oh my gosh, yes, yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. Yeah, the staff will be absolutely required to wear a face mask at all times. Okay, again, the same thing happens though When they're in the hallways, they certainly have to be in a mask. When they're in any of the common areas, Five Corners, for example, at the high school, which everybody knows at the high school, the lobbies, when they're entering the building, they will have their masks on. When they're in the cafeterias, if they're working with kids, they'll have their masks on. They will have their masks on in the classrooms. The only time they will be asked they can remove their mask is in the same situation as a student. If there is a safe distance from any student, then they can certainly remove their mask, particularly if the kids can in that classroom, that there is enough space for them to operate within. And then obviously it's going to be difficult to communicate at certain times. And that's why the teacher's desk will be at least 6 feet away, more than likely 7, 8, 9, 10 feet away from the nearest child, which will allow that teacher to remove the mask to begin to communicate. One of the things that we do here, and I think we do it quite well, is that we teach English as a new language, or English as a second language, as it used to be called. And, that really requires, when you're speaking and you're teaching a child how to learn a language for the very first time, obviously a face mask would really impede that. So there'll probably be times in those, particular classrooms where a face mask will be removed and they can communicate with the child so they can get the cues from the teacher. In those cases, we have face shields too. So certain teachers in certain situations will be issued a face shield. However, if you're following the guidelines, a face shield in and of itself is not enough. You have to have a face shield and a mask. But in certain situations, again, social distancing is accomplished or achieved, they'll have a face mask on. In some classes, it will require very close interaction with students. In other words, there'll be some classes where a teacher really has to be very close, or a TA has to be very close to a student. And I mean really adjacent to that child for various reasons. That teacher will have a face shield and a face mask, and if necessary, gloves will be issued to that teacher. Okay, but no, they're going to follow all of the same guidelines. And also you should know that they're going to have a screening done every single day. So before any staff member, and I'm talking a teacher, an administrator, custodial staff, a food service worker, a TA, and a monitor, they will all have to take a daily survey, prior to coming to work.
Thank you. Ms. Alusha, could you, I know that this was a question that we asked specifically. So can you tell us what the policy on the use of water fountains and lockers is?
Okay. Yeah, that's an easy one. The water fountains are not going to be used, except we do have a couple in the district that are water bottle filling stations. They are not necessarily your traditional water fountain. So the water bottle filling stations may still be open, but water fountains will be disconnected. They cannot be used. Now, lockers, we do not plan on issuing lockers unless in extreme cases. We will issue a locker to a student. But on the secondary level, we do not want students to use their hallway locker. Now, locker rooms may be a different case. And when I'm talking about locker rooms, I'm talking about for physical education. So physical education will be very careful in letting the students into the locker room. We'll carefully monitor that to make sure that there's not an overabundance of students in the locker room. And they may want to, because if they're changing for phys ed, they have to keep their clothes in a locker. And they have to, put their book bags in a locker if they're going to go out and participate out in the field. So the locker rooms, on a very restrictive basis, will be used. But the hallway lockers, no, for the most part.
Thank you. So I'm going to, again, run down a couple of questions that I believe I have the answer to. How will the students be monitored in hallways between classes to ensure they are wearing the mask properly? as we both have mentioned, it's going to be an all hands on deck type of approach. We really are going to enforce the COVID policies that are in place. And I believe that we will have the cooperation. I mean, there are going to be some exceptions, and I believe that those things will be addressed immediately. But really, we're going to count on the staff to make sure that the transition between classes is done properly and is done safely. How will the students be screened on the way into the buildings? Who is responsible for this? I believe that you have already answered that in terms of taking the temperature. Will the district be increasing the number of buses? Mr. Loshner, again, I believe that you've answered this, and this is that we will have to abide by the guidelines as per SED and the New York State governor in terms of social distancing. So we will be required to maintain the 6-foot social distancing in classrooms, and whatever the guidelines are for transportation is what we will have to follow. So we will use the number of buses to get us to that point. Will the students be allowed to carry water bottles or Gatorade to ensure proper hydration? I believe that, based on the answer that Mr. Loshner gave, I believe that water bottles would be allowed. Mr. Loshner, I mean, do you want to clarify that?
No, that's a great question. No, we would really encourage students to carry their water bottles, their Gatorade. I guess at certain times in the past that might have been not allowed, but no, we will encourage students to do that. Keep in mind, however, they can't share that. There'll be no sharing of food. You can't. It sounds terrible. We've spent our entire life telling people to share, and now I'm telling them no sharing going on. But honestly, you can't share. I'm sitting here holding a scissor. You can't. We really don't want kids to share their supplies, their book bag, their pencils. We're going to have supplies enough for all of the kids, but certainly food. Don't share your water bottle or Gatorade or anything else with anybody else. But certainly, you can take them into the classrooms.
I believe this is. I mean, I'm looking at some of these questions, and they have been answered. What will the protocol be if a child refuses to wear a mask? I thought that was an important question. I believe that it's been answered. For the freshman center in high school, how will the lunch periods and food distribution be handled? I think that you answered it. It would be based on the model that you proposed. Will there be additional masks in the classrooms for when student masks are soiled, wet or damaged? The answer is yes. Will kindergarten special ed self-contained 15-1 be on a half-day schedule? If not, will we still have 15 students in our class? Mr. Loshner, I know that you answered this. Can you clarify, and can you reiterate what I think you may have already said? The special ed services for the student population in Brentwood.
You know what? I'm going to ask, we have Miss Fossey on the line. I'm going to ask if she can maybe jump in and answer that question. Would that be all right, Ms. Feliciano?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. So we'll have Miss Fossey.
Hi, everybody. So we are planning on having all the self-contained students, the 15 ones, the 12 ones, the 8 ones, attend school 5 days a week. Mostly one of the reasons is that the students need those services. The second one is that they by definition already are in a socially distanced environment. The largest number will be 15, the smallest number being 12, and there are aides and teachers in the classroom. So we're following those social distancing 6 feet apart, the Department of Health mandates, and people will be wearing masks and/or masks and shields.
Okay, so the extra PPE will be provided for everybody under those circumstances. I think that we're all aware that in this environment and with this population, there may be a need to become a little closer. In terms of keeping everybody safe, Ms. Fossey.
Right, and we're experiencing that in our summer program. There are in-person summer school program right now. our students have been, for the majority of the students, have been compliant with masks. Our younger kids are having a little bit more issues, but though the staff and teachers are wearing both masks and shields to protect themselves. We keep encouraging kids to try, even if we can do it 5 minutes one day and 7 minutes the next day. We are trying to increase their tolerance of masks. And for the most part, the students have been aware of socially distancing, even our youngest group, which is kindergarten age, like the 5 turning 6-year-olds. One of our teachers has actually done things like used a hula hoop to help incorporate that personal space or that 6 foot distancing when the students are sitting in groups. So we have experienced some initiatives and innovative ideas to maintain that social distancing, even for the youngest special needs students that we have in the program.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I just
You're
ask him, though, you did ask about kindergarten. What are we doing with our kindergarten? They are still on the half-day schedule, though, correct? Or
That I wasn't as clear about it, actually, so I'm glad it was asked if we were doing a half-day kindergarten for that group of kids as well. My impression, I thought, was we were looking at the social distancing that were provided in the 15-1 settings.
Yes, no, I believe that it was answered, but to Mr. Losha's point, with the kindergarteners who are on a half-day schedule, who may be in special ed, I'm going to guess that we're going to be providing some kind of full-day service in the same model.
That was my impression as well. I would stand corrected if I'm wrong about that.
Okay. And you know what? And let's just put it out on the table. One of the groups that suffered the most through the COVID crisis in the spring was the special ed children in special ed. It was incredibly difficult to pull that off under the circumstances that we had in the spring. And I thank you for the program that we have running during the summer, Ms. Fossey. I hear nothing but great things about that.
And I do have to give credit to Rhonda Young for setting it up, and one of the teachers from Loretta Park that's actually like the on-site person. We depended a lot on our team, but definitely kudos to Rhonda and Sue Moeller over at Laurel Park. Sorry.
Can you tell me how many students we have in that program, Fossey?
We have a combination of remote or distance learning and in-person learning. So we offered it to 83 kids. We had, for the first day of school, about 76 actually attending. That number, although the high 60s, low 70s were the number of kids that came, it wasn't always the same. Some kids started and couldn't complete it. Other kids had started remote and came in. So it's been very fluid, but we are addressing about 73 kids on a daily basis.
While I have you here, Ms. Fossey, one of the questions that's being asked, and Mr. Lotion, I don't know if you want to try to take this on, is, all right, so let's just say that I am the parent of a child who has a medical condition. Where does that note and what is it that I need to get to the district so that a kind of accommodations or remote learning can happen? Who does that go to? Does that go to Ms. Fossey? Does that go to?
Yeah, I think, well, no, I'll start it off and then ask Ms. Fossey, because, again, in terms of exactly how to get that to us, we'll get that information to you once the governor comes out. But Ms. Fossey, maybe you want to spend a moment talking about the 504 committee that may be, the committee that takes a look at the medical conditions for each one of these students.
Right. So we do have a standing 504 committee, and basically a 504 committee is the American with Disability Act form that indicates that there is a medical concern and that there needs to be some accommodations to have the student maintain a successful school placement. The Standing Committee for 504 will review the doctor's recommendations. the diagnosis, have a meeting with the parent, virtually, phone call, in person. We've done that all along with CSEs and 504s since March. And then come up with a plan which we can all feel like, okay, this would be our first line to make the student and the parent more comfortable with the student attending school, just as Mr. Loshner had said a little earlier in today's meeting.
Thank you.
Then that goes to the building to implement whatever that accommodation might be.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the next question I have here is about, will the Regents and the SAT be canceled or abbreviated to align with the actual amount of education students received in the shortened direct teaching plans in place? Mr. Loshner, I mean, I could probably answer that, and then I think that that's probably a question or an answer that needs a little bit more time, because we do know that the state has made changes accordingly. We don't know what SAT this year is going to look like. But Mr. Loshner, I mean, do you want to?
No, I think those are good questions. I mean, we could spend a moment talking about the 3 through 8 exams that were actually canceled this year, and as well as the regions, as you mentioned. The thing is that there's a lot of equity issues that we have to speak about. I mean, this is a whole conversation that could add hours to it, and I don't want to this conversation. I don't want to necessarily do that. But the reality is, we're going to have there's over 700 districts in New York State, and there are 700 different plans that are out there, and there's a lot of disparities in terms of equity. For instance, I mentioned earlier that there are some school districts that are going to be able to bring their in-person, they're going to have all of their kids K through 5 in school every day. As a matter of fact, there's some school districts on Long Island that will have K through 12 in school every day. Just a quick story. There's a school, I won't mention the school district, but their population has been diminishing for the last 5 or 6 years. On the elementary level, they only have about 17, 18 students normally in their classes, where we can have as high as 25, 26, 27, 28. So it really was not an issue for them to take 1 or 2 kids from each class in their very small district and create another classroom, maybe add 1 or 2 teachers, and before you know it, they can bring everybody in. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up at this point, because there is a serious equity issue here. We don't have the capacity to do that. So, if the state is going, listen, we're going to do a heck of a job in terms of virtual learning and the hybrid method, but there's a real unfairness gap there. If you have schools that are in school every day in person, and then you have other school districts operating in a hybrid or virtual method. So I really suspect that the 3 through 8 regions, and potentially even the regions, the 3 through 8 exams, and potentially even the regions, they'll examine that very closely, and who knows if they'll cancel that. But I tell you what, if this goes into January, December, January, February, in this, these different worlds, they may have to cancel those classes. But in terms of the those exams, in terms of the SAT, I haven't heard anything yet about the SATs. I'm not sure. Monique, Dr. Akil, have you heard anything about the SAT in the fall?
No, I haven't gotten any information about whether or not it will be still scheduled.
Yeah. They as you know, they canceled them in the spring. The only exams that actually did take place were the advanced placement, or the AP exams. They actually were done online, and we had many of our students take those exams in May. But other than that, everything else has been canceled, and at this point, we don't have anything in terms of the October administration of the SAT.
Mr. Loshner, I want to thank you for bringing up the point about equity. I think that that's something that has affected the Brentwood School District. You know that we've taken a very strong position on that for a number of years. We have, filed the a claim with the Federal Office of Civil Rights against New York State based on equity, based on funding. But this is something that's a different type of inequity in terms of, the number of kids being serviced and our ability to get through this COVID crisis. So thank you for bringing that up. But I want to say that, to your point, I believe that the Brentwood School District community can do something about that, and that is to make sure that they are, voicing their concerns to the local politicians and to, the governor's office and to New York State Department of Education on this very issue. I think that if we made it, a point of concern, I think that we have the power to provide some parity for our own students and students in other communities who may not have the same opportunity that you just described, because I do believe that we are in agreement in that, there is going to be some disparity, if not a lot. Thank you for bringing that up. Mr. Loescher, I know this is kind of a hard one, and I guess the question is, how do you define synchronous learning? What exactly does synchronous learning include? What is that?
Well, actually, that's a great question. And synchronous learning, it's not just my definition. I think it is the definition. That is where a teacher is actually online at the same time as their students. Okay. And in a distance learning model, that is where all of the students will be home. We will have, we actually already have been working on, obviously, a schedule for students where they'll log on and they'll meet with their teacher, and the teacher will give either a mini lesson, a primer, some type of instruction. Now, and so that's synchronous learning, and we're going to do that via Teams, where the teacher will log on. They'll have their team in whatever classroom, whatever class it is, and then they'll be instructing or communicating with their students in real time. Now, it is not, however, what, we don't think we're going to be able to go to the model where you have 7 hours of instruction and it's 7 hours of, either one teacher if you're in elementary school or a few teachers, or if you're in the high school, it's 7 different teachers or potentially 8 different teachers, and where you're listening for 40 minutes. It will be some type of abbreviated version where there will be a sign in, you'll log in, attendance, you'll have instructional time with your teacher, work will be given. At one point, it will be assessed either through Teams and the submission of work, and then that will be shared with the student and students. But that's what synchronous learning is. It's teacher instructing students in real time, and we will have some type of block schedule, if you will, distributed to the students, and where they'll be logging in at a certain time, meeting with their teacher taking attendance, meeting with the next teacher, but it won't be for the whole 40 or 45 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Loescher. And there's another question here about professional development. I do believe that you've answered it to the extent that it applies to staff, but to the extent that it'll apply to parents and students who are still trying to get themselves familiar with the system. I know that during the spring there were videos that were put out, trying to help parents and students. Will that continue to be the case during this school year?
I kind of misunderstood
how do we get training for parents who want more information on how all of this is going to work via Teams, via the platforms that we've mentioned?
All right, why don't I, you know what, I'm going to let Ms. Palmer answer that one. And then, and obviously, Ms. Ortiz, Dr. Keel, they want to jump in, but I think with Ms. Palmer could, start us off there.
Hello, everyone. Haven't spoken in 2 hours. I believe Candace said that you said that IT was offering during the month of August, that there were going to be sessions offered for the community to sign on for parents so that they could learn about remote learning environments and what that entails. I can tell you that during the summer, we offered a virtual asynchronous learning lit camp this summer. And all of our teachers, there were over 17 teachers at the elementary level, gen ed, and I know Ms. Ortiz also had teachers teaching virtually, and we also have a STEAM camp currently running, and we provided training for our teachers so they could learn how to work and design lessons and the word of the day is hybridity, right? We're going in and out of the in-person and out of person. I know that Ms. Catandela is actually doing a combination of in-person and synchronous and asynchronous, where they are getting some live synchronous lessons and then they're putting them in groups and the kids are working a little bit offline while the teacher goes in with another group. You have that capability in Teams to put children in breakout sessions, etc. So the children are learning and the teachers were given training prior to this. So I believe that Candace is also offering that same kind of training to parents and students so that they can sign on and learn about it. And I think the best way to learn about it is to be placed in that kind of environment. And I know that Candace and her team do it very well.
I also want to share that we have a group of TAs and teachers working with parents right now, and we're teaching them how to use a computer. We have been very successful with that. They come here to Central, they make an appointment, and we show them how to work with Teams. We also have a group of teachers at the high school who are translating all the videos that Candace and Ivania have put together also for the community. So everything will be done in English and Spanish for everyone.
That's great. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, we talked about the tablets, Ms. Lochner, and the electronic devices that we'll have available for the community. I'm not really sure how to best approach this, but you know, at this point we have a limited number of tablets. We don't have one for every child in the school district. That's just the case. I believe, Mr. Lochner, prior to coming on, you know, on this meeting, there was a number that you had given me that you believe that might be available right now, and I believe the number was 13,000.
That's correct.
Yeah. So with that being said, what we're going to need is the cooperation from the community to really, really be considerate about whether or not you have a need or you don't, because what we'd like to do is we'd like to use those resources for people and for students who really, really don't have a device. So the survey that you had sent out to the community indicated that there was a substantial number of students and families in our community that did have their own personal devices and did have some kind of way to do the distance learning. And what we're going to ask is that you please, please, please be considerate on whether or not you have a need or not, because we do have another, Mr. Lochner, 3,000 devices on the way.
Yeah, we have, and your numbers are right on. We have 13,000 in district ready to distribute by the beginning of September, and we have another 3,000 on order for a total of 16,000. And we have about 18,000 students. So it's almost a 1-to-1 ratio. But the critical point here is we want every student to have a device. And your point is well taken. If if you're your son or daughter, or if you're a student now listening in, and you have a fabulous laptop, let's say a Mac or some type of device that's really exceptional, and you don't need one, that would be great if you could just say no, so we can, make sure we get a device in every student's hand. And we also understood the impact that multiple students have. So, there's families that might have one terrific computer, and that's like, we have one computer in the house, but you might have 3 kids, and they'll all need to do synchronous learning at some point. So that family, for example, would need 2 additional tablets. And the tablets that we're handing out are Lenovo's, and they're terrific tablets. They will have a microphone, they'll have a camera and a microphone, so you can be involved in Teams. They will be downloaded with all of our software that we use here in the school district. However, it will have certain restrictions on the device. So the device will really be used for schoolwork. Obviously, we'll have the capability to do Google searches. You will be able to go on YouTube with it, because that's obviously a critical part of the learning atmospheres now. But other things, you may not be able to use. So it's just really a device for school. And I should mention at this point is we would like students to bring that, once we issue the device, which will be in September, we would like students to bring those devices to and from school, because I think it's important that, it becomes like another textbook, another workbook. So we will want teachers to use that device in school, in-person instruction, and out of school. So it really becomes part of their learning environment, and that it's utilized both in and out of school, and everybody gets comfortable with it as quickly as possible. So either way, we would like kids to bring their devices to school.
Thank you so much, Ms. Loescher. So is there something that you believe wasn't covered? Does anybody have anything to say in terms of what we just experienced tonight? I'm done. I believe that we've gone through almost all of the questions that we had. I believe that all of the.
Just say one more thing, Mr. Feliciano, that obviously, as we've mentioned a few times tonight, there will be some announcement from the governor that will impact, our plan more than likely. That's number one. Please recognize, we said this, many times already, but it is a fluid document. Some of the things that I even said tonight may change, and I don't mean that to deceive the public. I'm not trying to be dishonest, but some of the things I might have portrayed, I can't even think of one right now. Let's say lunch or something like that, or grab and go, and things might be different when we open up in September. However, we will communicate any changes to the community as soon as we know them, and I'll apologize in advance if things are dramatically different or slightly different than what has been said here this evening. And that being said, then the final piece of the puzzle will be, and it's a big concern, and I just want to say the Board of Education has asked me about this a number of times, and they're committed to making sure all students are educated. So we will have something in place by the end of the week on how to communicate with the district if you're choosing to keep your child home. Just so keep in mind that obviously that is a number that we need to know, because that will impact our staffing here at the school district level, because obviously that kind of changes the model. If someone is on home every single day, and we have the other kids on a hybrid model in and out, that model is different, and we'll have to deal with that. So that's why we'll have something in place as soon as possible, some type of protocols and procedures, and we'll get that out to the community.
Just to echo what you said, any changes that might come up along the way are done or will be done because we have thought of something that improves the model that you have already presented to this community, or is guidance from New York State SED or CDC. So right. It's only to make things better. I don't think that there's anything here that was presented that is deceptive, or that if there is a change, it's because, we didn't have an answer. It's only because we have to continue to adapt to what's being thrown our way. And I believe that, let me just start the closing. First thing I want to do is thank you, Ms. Lochner, thank your team, all of the assistant superintendents for their input. It's invaluable. I know that it has been very, very long hours, very long days. And on behalf of the entire Board of Education, thank you. We appreciate everything that's being done to address the situation that we're in. To the Board of Education, my colleagues on the Board of Education, I want to thank you for all of the hours that you have put in. Endless hours. I know that you're volunteers and that, this is what you signed up for, but no one ever thought that this is what you would be doing. And look at all your faces. I can see all the smiles. Nobody ever thought that this is what you're doing. The role that you're playing is incredibly important. It is why you were elected. It is what you were elected to do. So thank you so much for all of your commitment, all of your hard work, and all of the endless hours that you put in to serve this community. To the community of Brentwood. Look, you know what? I'm looking at the chat on the YouTube link, and I understand that, and this board, and it's not that I understand, every member of this board, every person on the screen understands that we can't create a model that's going to make everybody happy. It's just impossible. It's just not going to happen. But I do believe, and I think that we all believe, that we are trying our best to meet the needs of this community. We understand that there's going to be differences, but the one thing that we have to agree on is that the only way that we're going to be successful in navigating this crisis is if we work together. As long as we are working together and we don't splinter this community, and we don't move into factions, those that wear masks and those that don't, those that think that this is a bad plan, and those think that schools should be open, and we should have no restrictions. We have to work together. That's the only way that we're going to be able to be successful. That's the only way that we're going to be able to keep our numbers down. And we can't do this alone. We need your help. Mr. Lochner said it in his address and his communication to the community. We need cooperation. We need you. And on behalf of all of the board members, we're asking for this community to come together, for this community to embrace what it is that we're trying to do, not just for your own sake, not just for our sake, but for the sake of our entire community. We are here. We will continue to meet on a regular basis, and we are going to continue to leave no stone unturned. But at the end of the day, we need your help, and we hope that that's something that is going to be there for all of our sakes. Good night to everybody in the community. Let me just give you a heads up. There's a really, really good chance that we are going to be meeting again. We'll probably have a special meeting in sometime next week, and we're probably going to be discussing the recent developments based on the governor's communication with New York State. There are going to be some business issues that we have to continue to try to take care of to meet the needs of the district. So don't be surprised if, along the way, you see an announcement with another special meeting being scheduled for next week. So again, thank you to everybody here. You're greatly, greatly appreciated. And to the Brentwood community, we will stay in touch, and please feel free to continue to send questions and concerns to the district clerk as the week progresses. Thank you so much to everyone. I am going to ask that the communication that the speakers be turned on again. We have to close this meeting out. So I'm going to need a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting. Can I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion.
Could I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Moore has the first, trustee Safiri has the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Have a wonderful night, everyone. Thank you so much.